Yeah. Hey, what is happening? It is Monday, April 28th, 2025. Tanner, Drew, and Laura, we are live. Live. This morning, actually all week, we've got... we don't have that. We have tickets to see Creed.
Oh, nice.
With arms wide open.
Oh,
They're coming to town.
Staph infection.
Dude, they've got some bangers. You say what you want, but they got a couple of bangers. I mean, they're cheesy. I'm not going to sit here and defend Scott's... like, he's not cool, right? But he's like...
Well, you know, in his day...
But he's got a couple of bangers.
In his day, he was pretty cool.
I don't know. I saw him live.
It was a real flash.
So I saw him at KFO's Rock Fest when they just had the first song out, My Own Prison.
Oh, yeah?
It was just their only song that was out at the time. And he came out, and when I remember he goes, it was their final song, and he goes, "It's about that time, you guys."
Oh, like
no.
everyone's been waiting for
You're
it.
welcome. You know, and like it was a fun song, whatever. But he just like he had his shirt off and he was smashing the mic stand on the stage, and I was like, this guy's a goober.
There wasn't a lot of
real
cool.
rock star.
I guess.
But you're right on both levels. A, he's a goober. B, he has a couple of songs that have withstood time.
Yeah, I My Sacrifice is a good one.
Sacrifice.
You know, Higher. I don't care what anybody says.
People are going to be
I'm on
singing
Team Creed.
along to every word. Come on.
We'll have tickets all week. Your first chance this morning's coming up at 7:30 this morning.
What is the video where that we watched last time we gave Creed?
And he's falling from a building?
Yeah.
Oh, that's the greatest.
I'm 6 feet from the edge. It's
dreaming.
that one, right?
Maybe
I think
6
so.
feet.
I don't know.
Ain't so far down.
And he's just in free fall for 4 minutes.
Yeah.
I think it's a day and a half, a full day.
I mean, the entire video is
I
just
can't
like...
remember what the song is, though. What's the song called?
I feel like that's it. Creed falling from building. I'm just typing that into YouTube, see what comes up. One Last Breath.
One Last Breath.
Which one's that?
I would have never... Oh.
I just said
Yeah,
the words.
I'm like, that sounds right.
I just said the words in stap.
This is this one. Okay. Oh, yeah.
I think it is that. I think it's the one that we were singing.
Are you standing on top of a mountain?
Yeah.
Oh, it's a mountain. Yes.
Right, isn't that how it starts?
Right.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
You're pretty close.
I love it. I don't care what anybody says. She was high. It's just got a sound. It had a time, you know. Like it just, oh, God, I
How
love
does
it.
he make his voice do that?
I don't think it's the only way he can make sound. That's the only way. If he tries to sing normally, I think whale noises come out.
Yeah.
But have you ever heard him try to sing the national anthem? Maybe we'll play that later on today.
No, let's not.
No, we should for sure.
If he's singing the anthem, we do it for the country.
For America.
Yeah.
I think it was at like a NASCAR event or something like
the
that.
The anthem nobody asked for.
Yeah. We'll play that coming up. Tickets at 7:30 this morning. Also, Beefwater's one-man march is Wednesday. I do want to mention this before we move forward because I want to mention this like all day today. That Shake Shack has actually stepped up. Let me pull this up here. I just had it. Where'd it go?
Should be
tippy top.
Here it is. Here it is.
Yeah.
So Shake Shack has stepped up. They actually reached out to us and said we want to help out Beefwater or support Beefwater in the one-man march on Wednesday, where he's going to walk from the radio station in Tigard to the Moda Center. And so I guess tomorrow, all day tomorrow, if you mention Beefwater's one-man march at the checkout stand at Shake Shack in Beaverton. This is the one, I guess, at the Shake Shack Bridgeport Village.
Yeah, so not Beaverton, right there at the mall.
Yeah, so Shake Shack Bridgeport Village. If you go there and mention 105.9 The Brew, you'll get 25% off your order.
And I think is it all day or is it from
25% off your order, or 25% goes to the charity?
Or sorry, 25% goes to your total. To that what you just said. But they actually said it was the first 2 hours, Laura. But then they expanded it to all day long.
Yeah,
all day.
it is all day.
Perfect.
It's actually such an awesome deal that unsolicited. And at first, they were like, you know what? Well, for a couple hours, we're gonna throw some bones at that for people who eat here, and then to hear that yesterday that it's the whole day,
all day.
That's amazing.
So to make it clear, the Shake Shack at Bridgeport Village in Tigard, 25% of your total meal purchase will go to the Beefwater's one-man march. We're actually going to check in and see what the total is later on, but you can't donate at 1059thebrew.com. But that's really cool of Shake Shack to step up.
Yeah,
I love their food.
Huge.
I
That's
love
my
their
home
burgers.
shack.
I love their fries and shakes, and Really appreciate them stepping up and doing that for us.
I'm definitely going to be there. It's nice that it's my home shack, but I'd be there no matter what.
And I also think Beefwater's going to be there hanging out for a bit tomorrow too, right? So you can go see the man.
Well, after he's done, he's going to need
the
some
legend.
food. You know? Oh, I guess that's tomorrow.
This is tomorrow. This is his.
This is the way he's preparing for his march.
Well, you know how people go and have a big meal the night before, like an event sometimes, so that they have the carbs to do it. Maybe that's his load up.
There you go.
Lots coming up tomorrow, and then one man marches on Wednesday. In the meantime,
let's get it on. And now the big story.
This is where we go around the room sharing what we think the biggest stories of the day are. Laura, you want to go first?
I can go first. Last night on American Idol, Ryan Seacrest announced the inductees for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, and Fish did not make it in. They won the fan vote by a landslide. This is the only second time in history that the artist who won the fan vote didn't actually make it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. Dave Matthews was the first one. They got locked out in 2020. They have since then made it into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But Fish missing out this year, so maybe next year. The artists who did make it in, Bad Company, Chubby Checker, Joe Cocker, Cyndi Lauper, Outkast, Soundgarden, and
we did it, ladies and gentlemen. They made it. Third time's a charm.
Got him.
There we go.
Got him. Soundgarden finally in the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame where they deserve. What a time to be alive.
That's a pretty good list of people.
The White Stripes made it in too.
Yeah, whatever.
So,
but all of them up till them, and I do even love a little Chubby Checker, so we'll take it all.
That's great.
Yeah.
The big story to me is if you saw over the weekend, most people don't watch the NFL draft. I don't sit and watch the whole NFL draft. I listen to the reports that come in about it, but there was one story that just rang above all the others, and of course that was Shedeur Sanders, the son of Deion Sanders. Yeah, that one from the good old days. Well, he was supposed to be like a top 10 pick, maybe a top 15 or 20 pick in the draft. And then he started to tumble. He tumbled for 5 rounds from a top 10 pick to being picked 144th by the Cleveland Browns, which would have been bad enough. But then it surfaced that Atlanta Falcons defensive coordinator Jeff Ulbrich, his son, got a hold of Deion Sanders' phone number and filmed himself, I believe, prank calling him as a GM saying, hey, you know what, Big Dog, we're going to take you. And this was 3 rounds before he got taken. While Shedeur Sanders is a spoiled kid who has it all, he got hit hard. And now this kid publicly apologizing, saying, I'm sorry for stealing your moment.
That sucks.
It's brutal. I think the big story of the day is the work of selecting a new pope in secret is set to begin on May 7th. So Conclave will begin on May 7th, and viewings of that movie will go through the roof until then.
No doubt. Yeah.
Members of the College of Cardinals under the age of 80 are allowed to vote, and the winner must be selected by a 2/3 majority. Voting will continue until the white smoke is seen from the chapel chimney, signifying that there's a new pope.
Under the age of 80?
Yeah, if you're an older cardinal at that point, you're done.
You can't even vote. You can't even vote.
You can influence the younger members.
That's crazy.
But yeah, they're like, nah, dude, you're getting weird.
Get out of here, geezer.
I saw that the Conclave viewings were up like 283%.
Yeah.
It's pretty
Well, now,
high jump.
I mean, I'm definitely a little more curious about the movie than I was before.
Yeah, I mean, didn't it win an Oscar or was nominated for something?
I need to watch it, but every time my finger's over the button on it, I'm like, kind of looks boring.
Yeah, I'm like, I could be watching something
I'm just not interested in this stuff, but if there's ever time to be interested, I guess.
This would be it. It still hasn't got me, but I'm right there.
Still not into it, but maybe. All right, this hour's keyword for your chance at a grand is check. Log on 1059thebrew.com. It'll take you less than 30 seconds, and you could score $1,000. That's check to 1059thebrew.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold. Got a couple of talkback messages from our iHeartRadio app. So you can send us one anytime. Just download it for your cell phone, and once you have the Brew streaming, press the microphone button.
What up, Brew Crew? Happy Monday. Gang, gang, son. You know what it is. Don't make fun of Creed. Best band out there. When a homie texts you, hey, man, I'm in the garage with a 30 rack. Come through. You go through. You listen to Creed, and you polish that 30 rack.
Sounds.
I like it.
Yeah. Sounds like a good day.
It's fair.
Well, you'll have a chance to do that with your homie. We'll have tickets at 7:30 this morning, so just a little over an hour from now, we'll have tickets.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I want to mention this again, that tomorrow, all day tomorrow at the Shake Shack in Tigard, that's at Bridgeport Village, if you mention the Brew and Beefwater's one-man march that he's going to attempt to pull off on Wednesday, 25% of your order will go towards Beefwater's one-man march for autism. Mm-hmm. And, we're trying to help out the Oregon Autism Society and give them as much money as we can. Laura, can you pull it up real fast, or do you need a little bit of time?
Yeah, I can
pull up
it
the total.
real fast. Yeah.
Because
I got it.
Yesterday it felt like, or sorry, not yesterday, but Friday it felt like we were jumping quite a bit. We got
some momentum.
I think
there.
we got, by the time the show ended, we were up to 2150, I think.
Yeah.
So now we are up to $2,655.
Wow.
Nice.
That's awesome.
Yeah.
It's looking good.
Great. Yeah, well, you can go and donate if you can. We're not asking for a lot. If you can help out, that'd be great. 1059thebrew.com. Just scroll down a little bit. There'll be a link there for you to click. Beefwater's one-man march. But yeah, it's all happening Wednesday. And I was thinking about it all weekend. I talked to Beefwater a little yesterday on the phone, and he is psyched. He psyched himself out sometimes. It's usually when he's had like a weed gummy.
Yeah, that's fair.
But like during the day, he seems okay. He's got everything he needs. He's got his clothing. He's got his shoes. He's got all the powders that he needs for his yam.
He's got some pre-workout.
Yeah, he's got all the stuff.
Just, power walk.
So he's ready to go.
All right.
Yeah, I've got confidence in him, in his mental preparation. By the time it'll be kind of like the barbecue thing. Like, by the time it's game time, he's all in.
I think the three of us should play some bets though, like between each other. Like I think he'll get there between
like an over/under
8:45 and 9 o'clock.
Yeah.
Or
okay.
You can say, we should pick windows.
That's a good idea.
And so like I'll pick a time, Laura, you'll pick a time, Drew, you'll pick a time, and I don't think we'll say it on the air until what we don't want to do is get into Beefwater's head.
Right.
Yeah.
And have him throw it for
like
somebody.
30-minute increments or something.
15, 30-minute increments.
Or 15. 15 might be.
I was thinking 15
harder,
minutes.
Yeah.
It might just be good for us all three, if we're not going to say it on the air till after, to have a thing where we all write down the time and then we put it in an envelope.
Oh, and then
when it's all done, we could open it up.
Yeah.
That's a good
I don't know. I'm
And
just
then
spitballing.
if one of us writes the same time, we break a broomstick and we fight over it.
We fight to the death, for sure.
So-
Right there at the Moto Center.
Yeah.
By the way,
I'm excited.
Wednesday, the weather keeps looking nicer and nicer for Wednesday. Now it's full sun, 68 degrees on
Hell
Wednesday. So
Yeah.
Hell yeah!
pretty good.
It's going to be one of those perfect mornings.
So if you don't know what's happening, on Wednesday, Beefwater is going to attempt to walk from the radio station here in Tigard all the way to the Moto Center, which is 10 miles away. All right? And he's got to do it all on foot. He's going to be doing it live on Instagram.
Yeah.
So follow us at 1059 The Brew so you can watch it in real time. And he's doing this for autism because, he's got an autistic kid. And I don't know if you heard the shows last week, but, Beefwater was very sincere on the air. And he's like, when I was young and my son was young, we didn't have a lot of resources. When he was 6, 7, 8 years old and there was just, we needed help and there wasn't a lot out there.
Yeah.
He wants to be able to make sure parents know that there are more options these days and that it's difficult, but there's options for you to make it a little easier.
Right.
And that's where Autism Society of Oregon comes in.
And I like that their whole thing is they've shifted from the awareness, because we all, I think, know what we're dealing with now, but like it's the acceptance part that they're finally starting to break ground on, and it's pretty exciting.
So go donate, 1059thebrew.com, and again, all day tomorrow at Shake Shack in Tigard. That's at the Bridgeport Village location. 25% of your order will go to Beefwater's one-man march.
Nice.
Gang, gang.
Oh, yeah. Double Shack sounds pretty good right now.
Over the weekend, obviously, a lot of people talking about the NFL draft, and boy, this Sanders kid. I just, I feel bad for him because how embarrassing was that?
Yeah.
That
To
for him.
tumble that far. I mean, it was interesting, right? Like a couple days before, he's like, I'm not going to go to the draft. I'm going to stay home. And somebody must have whispered in his ear, like, you might tumble, dude.
Yeah.
Because to be in the room, Like Aaron Rodgers sat in the room for an entire round and was the last guy there.
Yeah.
That's a bad room to be in, but he was still way more embarrassing to fall to the 5th round.
Yeah, saying he lost out on about $13 million. So I know Drew will have more in a sports report here in just a few minutes. And and you know, I got Laura was even sending like messages on Instagram. This is so embarrassing.
At what level? Because I mean, I know it's great to be drafted, but like to be drafted 5th round by the Browns, it's like that's just like such a bad look. And then I saw that USA Today put out their rankings. You know how they put out like a report card,
Draft rankings.
Yeah. And the Browns got an incomplete. They gave the Browns an incomplete. I was like, damn, this just keeps getting worse and worse.
Well, I wonder if it's an incomplete because if he's great, they're geniuses. If he's terrible, it's more of the usual.
Yeah.
We'll
see.
Nobody succeeds in Cleveland. It's like there's like an enigma.
But I mean, at least he's in. So
yeah, he's
maybe
in.
He can
chip in a chair.
Yeah.
All you got to do, if you're so good, go throw the rock.
Right.
But yeah, more in the sports report coming up next. Hang on.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
And now, Bruce Sports. Here's Drew.
Well, the grass isn't always greener on the other side, and I consider myself a top-tier Damian Lillard fan, even after he left the Trailblazers with in an unceremonious way, heading to the Milwaukee Bucks. But of course, I did want to see him do well. Watching him win a championship might have hurt a little bit, but when he went out with blood clots, I was thinking, oh man, come on. That's, first of all, very scary when you have blood clots in your body, but I was happy to see him return and make a playoff debut that looked like it might be the return for a run. That was until yesterday when Damian Lillard likely tore his ACL. Now his Achilles, well, actually, sorry, not his ACL, his Achilles tendon. Now that is just preliminary reports, but after the game, his coach, Doc Rivers, talked about Dame.
It's just such a great freaking dude, like on a basketball level, but more important, like as a teammate and a father and all that stuff. And, no one deserves it, but golly, you just look at him. And so that's why I feel bad. It's just tough.
And we're going to see if the Greek Freak even stays with this team after this season. And maybe Dame will get dealt somewhere. How crazy would it be if he got dealt back to the Blazers?
That'd be nice.
I'd take him in a second. Let's rehab him up. We got some good doctors here in Portland. We'll take him, especially if it comes at a discount. There's your sports.
This hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000. And boy, would that come in handy right now. You could go to Home Depot, get some things for the house, or I don't know, get a new grill. I was really looking at what these black tops, these like Blackstones, or flat tops. Yeah, that's what I meant.
Yeah, those are nice.
Yeah, those look really dope, and I would get one of those. What would you buy with the money? Think about it, because the keyword is check. You've got until 7 o'clock to get the keyword in right now. 1059thebrew.com, and then we could call you back within a few minutes with $1,000 in cash. All right,
Nice.
That's checked. 1059thebrew.com.
Get your voice.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Now, what's trending?
All right, online at 1059thebrew.com. You can check out our Donkey Show podcasts from last week. It's the show after the show, unedited and uncensored. Go check it out. Also, I thought this was a funny story. This turkey's name is Astoria.
Okay.
I guess it's named after a Queens neighborhood, and it's this turkey's been on the loose in New York City for about 2 weeks.
Oh my goodness.
She's been spotted in several places, most recently roaming Park Avenue. And I guess mating season's underway, so many are rooting for her to just find a mate.
Finding another roaming turkey.
Yeah, but here's the story from Inside Edition about the wild turkey in New York City.
Her name is Astoria. She's named after the neighborhood she was first spotted in. But now she's flown the coop, flying over the East River, and has landed here in Manhattan. There have been Astoria sightings all over the city. She even went to Starbucks for a coffee fix.
On Sunday, she showed up in Central Park.
Get him, Allison. Tell that truck to stop.
Today, I helped her cross the street so she wouldn't get hit by cars on New York's swanky Park Avenue. There we go.
This is mating season, so we think that the motivation for her to wander is to seek a mate.
Looking to bang, yeah.
Looking for a mate.
Yeah.
I'll
Who
tell
knew
you, though,
it would be so hard, though?
With these prices, man, I'm thinking ahead for Thanksgiving. I might just walk out there and take care of business.
How dare you? Not Astoria.
And how was wild turkey taste? I'm not sure I've had
know.
of that variety.
Listen, with these prices, you're going to deal with it, man.
Yeah,
It's a little gamey, but you're going to love it.
It's fine.
That's it.
Yeah, hey, I'll try it.
I think it's funny when wild turkeys. You've seen videos of them chasing people down and stuff because they can get kind of aggressive.
Huge, and especially when they're in groups, you don't want to mess with them.
Yeah.
Well, she's just looking for a group.
Yeah.
That's pretty funny. I always think
hope she finds someone.
I think it's funny, just like it's just a wild turkey in New York City, like what a random place.
They should make a movie about that.
Yeah.
And what are they thinking? They're like, this is aggressive with the buildings. You're like a fly trapped in a house.
Not a single piece of hay to eat. I don't know. I don't know what turkeys eat. What do turkeys eat? Grass.
Hay.
They eat more turkey. I think they eat more turkey.
They eat each other.
This is a funny, not a fun clip, rather. It's just an interesting clip. This is what would happen if AC/DC wrote Men at Work's Down Under.
Okay.
And I hate it. So there's that.
I mean, it could be okay.
Anyway.
That's a lot of noise.
1059thebrew.com if you want to check all that stuff out. Also, please, if you can, donate for Autism Awareness Month. You know, Beefwater on Wednesday is going to be walking from the radio station here in Tigard to the Moda Center, and he's got to do it in under 4 hours.
Yep.
Show's going to start at 5:30. He'll start the walk at 6. He's got to be at the Moda Center by 10. And if you can donate to help out autism awareness, 1059thebrew.com is the website. And tomorrow, I want to mention this again, all day tomorrow at the Shake Shack in Tigard. That's at Bridgeport Village. 25% of your order is going to go to Beefwater's one-man march.
Nice.
Yeah, my girls are shaking me down, pun intended. They're like, so does that mean we can get shakes too if we're going to help Beefwater? I'm like, yeah, I guess we'll do burgers and shakes.
So we appreciate them stepping up for that. So again, that's the Shake Shack in Tigard, Bridgeport Village. Tomorrow, 25% of your order will go to the Autism Awareness, Autism Society of Oregon, rather. All right, coming up around 7:30, Creed tickets. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We are commercial free.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
You can also shoot us a talkback message anytime through our iHeartRadio app.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Bald Trucker here. I was just wondering about the Creed giveaway. Is it going to be a Creed bomb or is it the 5 in 10 game?
This morning, I'm glad you asked. It's actually, it's different this morning. It's not a Creed bomb or the 5 in 10 game. It's actually the Stapp Off.
Yeah.
Yeah, this guy, we're going to have a Scott Stapp vocal
impression
contest.
Yeah.
Head to head.
So in like 30 minutes or so, we're going to have 2 people on the phone, and who can do the best Scott Stapp impression for us?
I like that. In
so
the style of Creed.
Right now, your competition is Tanner, and I think you've got a pretty good chance of winning.
It'll warm up with time.
Offensive but fair. Coming up here in about 30 minutes, you'll have a chance at tickets to go see Creed. And they're going to be taking over the Tanner, Drew, and Laura Amphitheater. When is that?
That is the 13th of August.
Yeah, I can't see it from this far away.
It's creeping.
Also, looks like 3 Doors Down will be there as well. And Mammoth WVH,
Yeah.
Eddie Van Halen's kid.
Mm-hmm.
That's a nice show.
Yeah. Eddie Van Halen's kid's really good.
He's really talented. He plays all the instruments.
Yeah.
Those fingers running the family.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of a dick, but I just think he's just like, stop asking me about my dad.
Yeah,
You know,
it's got to be
get
a little
that, I guess.
annoying. He'd like to be his own person.
For sure.
I do respect him though, because he's like, I don't play my dad's stuff live. Stop asking, even though he totally can.
Yeah.
Like, he technically can do it. It's just he chooses not to, and I respect that.
And maybe one day he'll see it different as he hits his twilight time.
Yeah.
But for now, let him do his thing.
I remember one time on Twitter, he called someone a grape, and I thought it was hilarious. I don't know. I can't remember what the context was.
Listen,
but
you
he was like,
dumb grape.
You stupid grape.
I like that.
I was just like,
I'm gonna start calling people grapes.
You're red, bulbous, and nearly worthless.
I like saying, like, when people are really like say something stupid, like, oh God, you dumb potato. I like calling people potatoes and grapes.
Along the same idea right there.
866-445-1059 is the number. All right, this morning we want to know, so you know when you go to like an Applebee's or something, one of those places that has, it's like got a really fun atmosphere, and they put things on the wall, like they'll mount a tricycle on the wall.
just random stuff.
Random things, cool pictures, like some old boxing gloves from the 20s.
Like we were just in a bar last week, and the 3 of us after Trash Bandits, where there was crazy art all over the walls.
Yeah. Have you ever been in a place like that and then taken something off the wall to take home?
Shame on you.
Have you ever removed an item from a restaurant or a bar from the walls to take home to your house?
Is that called souveniring?
Sure, yeah, we'll call it that.
Sure. The reason we ask is someone here from the radio station, actually, they got a new job, and they threw like a party. So they all went to a bar here in Portland. I don't want to say the bar because they were cool about everything, but they went to a bar, and one of the guys, I guess after all the managers and everything left, some of the guys that were there were pretty drunk and took something off the wall and took it home.
A little souvenir.
It was like a plate or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it was like a commemorative something. But it seemed to them not to be
to the guys,
deal.
to our friends and our coworkers, they're like, this isn't important, whatever. They're hammered. They take it off the wall and they just leave.
It's a memento of kind of when somebody's moving on.
A couple of days pass, and the radio station here, our boss gets a call from the actual bar. And they said, we checked the security cameras, and we know that it was your guys that were here having a party, like a going away party for somebody. And we know that one of your guys took the thing off the wall and went home with it.
And, like, we can describe the dude.
Yeah, to a T. We have him on video.
God, that sucks. To think that you've gotten away with something.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it's just,
nope.
I mean, it's red-handed at that point. I mean, and it's not the most malicious thing, but it's still...
But our boss had to, like, go and say, hey, man, did you steal the thing from the wall at the bar? Like, did you do that? Like, you can't you got to take that back.
How embarrassing is that to be approached by your boss at work and be like, hey, dude, I know what you did. You got to take the plate back.
And he's like, bro, I was just drunk. I'm so sorry. I didn't think it was that big of a deal, but you are stealing.
Yeah.
Yeah, absolutely.
From an establishment, from a restaurant.
I think you're lucky to get a call from the bar and not from the police.
Yeah.
Because if they went Karen Incorporated and called the other way, you'd probably be in more trouble.
And, I'll say this. The bar was pretty cool about it. They're like, listen, it's no big deal. We're not going to turn you guys in or whatever. Just have them return the item.
If you bring us back.
That is so embarrassing, though. It's like when you're a kid and your mom makes you return the candy bar that you stuffed in your pocket. Like, you just go back. You're like, hey, here's your plate. Sorry
When I was a little
that.
kid, I stole a little book, one of those little kids' books that had like pop-ups in it.
Yeah.
And I didn't even know what I was doing. I just took it out, and I remember my grandmother she walked me back into the grocery store, and I had to apologize to the guy.
So
and he told me,
awkward.
he goes, I could have you arrested right now. I'm like 2. Or whatever
Yeah,
the hell,
exactly.
3 or 4.
It's,
whatever it
it's
was.
the scared straight move.
Yeah. But yeah, man. Have you ever done that? Have you ever stolen anything from a restaurant, whether it was an Applebee's or a Binnigan's?
Something.
He's lucky that he went to apologize at a bar, though, because when Amy was a bartender forever, it's like you have to forgive all kinds of childish behavior.
Yeah.
They come back like, I was drunk.
Yeah.
I'm sorry.
Yeah, like how embarrassing for our friend, because you know him very well.
Yeah,
He had to walk in there.
I know.
With a straight
Yeah,
face.
be
A
like,
respectable
hey.
person from day to day.
Who's a really great kid. Like,
A great person.
he's not a bad guy. He's
not
not
a
a thief. You know, he just thought it was like a prank almost. that-
Yeah.
And it's one of those things, strength in numbers. One guy pulls it off the wall, hands it to another guy. He's like, fine.
And there's one guy who's a
Yeah.
little drunk. I'll
Come
do
on.
it.
Yeah, exactly.
Bitch,
And
I'll do it.
It's just 3 hold my beer moments at once, and the thing's in a backpack or under a jacket.
I probably would just walk in and hand it to whoever's at the host stand. Be like, here you go, give this to your boss. Okay, bye.
Just leave.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even wait for them to say anything. I might hopefully they're in the bathroom, just set it on the counter and run out.
Yeah, so you
You
don't
know?
have to encounter anybody.
But
Yeah, I'd pretend I'm from a delivery service.
Yeah. Special delivery.
Can someone sign for this?
have you ever stolen anything off of the walls or just I guess from a business like a
Yeah.
a restaurant like that ever? There was one time I stole. Okay. It was in high school, so it was a long time ago, but Super Burrito Express in Milwaukee, I'm going to apologize. I stole one of your hot sauce things once, like a full thing of hot sauce. A hot sauce
For
squirter.
shame.
Oh, like the ketchup bottle of
Yeah.
it.
So it was a full, and I love their hot sauce, and they didn't sell it. And it was I was in high school, so I just took it. I put it in my
Sometimes you
hoodie
gotta-
pocket, and I walked home with
My
it.
roommate in college always had, the green Tabasco sauce they have. She always stole it from Chipotle, so we always had the green Tabasco sauce. Every time we went, she's like, I'm just gonna take this.
Yeah.
Definitely have been part of a dusting of Red Robin in college. Remember they would put like the family size jug of Red Robin dust
Yeah.
on the counter, and so those just got rolled into a purse.
But that's another place
Wow.
that has a lot of fun stuff on the wall. Did you ever unscrew like a giant, I don't know.
Stop sign. or
Yeah,
something.
right. Giant traffic light off the wall, Red
Yeah.
Robin, and
oh
take
my
it home.
God, that would be
Still blinks at my house.
But it's got Red Robin on it, but no big deal.
Yeah, it's weird.
Shoot us a talkback message if you're rocking us on the iHeartRadio app. Download it for your cell phone. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We're commercial free.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, so we want to know if you've ever taken anything off the wall at like a restaurant or a business. You know, our friend was at a bar for a going away party for someone we work with, and he took like some commemorative plate off the wall. Mm-hmm. Something that wasn't anything to him, but it was important to the bar.
Enough to go check. You know, like normally it'd be like, we lost it. But they hunted him down.
And so I guess they saw it on video, and they reached out to the radio station a couple days later going like, dude, just bring that thing back.
Yeah.
What's the matter with you? So have you ever done that? You know, like at an Applebee's or something? Did you ever like take a camera from the wall? They always have weird stuff on the walls there.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I feel like at an Applebee's, they're smart enough to screw a lot of their stuff down.
They're all nailed down.
Yeah. Like they got bolts. It's the mom and pop. You rip it right off the wall.
Mm-hmm.
Drew, when you were younger, anything like this? Did you and your friends ever besides just like the things on the table or anything like that, did you ever take anything off the walls?
I can't think of the walls. That's why I was talking about rolling Red Robin stuff. But like I have stolen, like you said, sauces and stuff. But from the wall, I've never ripped anything off the wall. I was always, once we got into the later years, cameras are everywhere.
Yeah, dude.
It does blow my mind how brazen people are and how like large of items they will take. Like I used to work at a steakhouse and we had salt and pepper shakers on the tables that were like the big ones that you like twist to grind the salt and pepper. And there were these people and they hung out there. They were the last people in the restaurant. So we knew it was them. And when they left, the salt and pepper shakers went with them. And I'm like, God, people will steal anything.
Give those to their mom for Mother's Day.
Yeah,
and boom.
exactly.
But like, isn't that, aren't those covered in germs and stuff?
Oh, for sure. I mean, you could take them home and wash them, but yeah, it's like, what are you gonna do with those?
When I was younger, when I stole that hot sauce from Super Burrito Express in Milwaukee, like I just would touch those things with my bare hands. Nowadays, when I'm at one of those seats, I wrap them in like a napkin. I don't touch them with my bare hands because everyone else is touching them.
You're like Howie Mandel.
Dude, I know.
You
The
got
older I
like
get.
germaphobe
Bro, the older I get.
level of...
He's washing the table.
Yeah, I do.
Right.
If it's bad,
It brings his own Lysol wipes.
Before I sit down on a toilet, doesn't matter where it's at, I go and wipe down toilet paper and I scrub the toilet seat down. Just peace of mind.
Mm-hmm.
You know, not like soap or anything. Just wipe it down, dry it off.
Not
yet.
I don't like public bathrooms at all. I mean, to scrub it isn't foreign.
These texts, a lot of texts coming in this morning. This one's from 2396. This is at a restaurant. They had toys for kids, and I stole a Rubik Cube, and my dad made me go back and give it back.
Yeah.
So embarrassing.
Yeah, you can't be just letting people steal, especially when it's your kid. You gotta send them back.
7176 says, I know you said bar, but in 2010 I was going through a divorce, and I recently moved out. My buddies took me down to U of O baseball game. On the way down, my friend was hammered and wanted more beer and had to pee, so we stopped at a store. He shoved a plunger down his pants from the restroom for me because I had said that I needed one for my house, and I still have that plunger to this day.
He took the bathroom plunger.
But he
Talk about
shoved it down
germs.
his pants.
Yeah. If you talk about the germ factor that's on that alone, is just disgusting.
Bro, look what I got for you.
And
Well,
for him not to
he's
say-
still using it. So.
Just pulls it out of his pants like the gun in Batman. You know, when Joker pulled that giant gun out, but it's just a dirty poo-covered plunger.
I don't know who's worse, the guy who shoved it down his pants or the guy who was like, yes, thanks, you're the best, and took it home for life.
Yeah.
Whole thing is just maybe they're a match made in heaven.
Let's be honest, they both got pink eye. This text comes from 0658. Says, yep, took a local Portland beer logo wall plaque off the bathroom wall for my wife because she really liked the logo. No regrets.
Boom.
Yeah, the bathroom is the move because there can't be cameras in there.
That's
so.
a good point.
Yeah.
Now, that is also what kind of sucks, though, is like the more corporate the place is, the more likely it is to be screwed down.
Yeah.
So if you're just stealing from the mom and pop, like they're probably not getting another one of those.
No.
$38.99, and yeah, because a lot of these are antiques, right?
Yeah.
$38.99 says, in high school, we used to walk into McDonald's or movie theaters and walk out with cardboard cutouts. My buddy's room was full of movie cardboard cutouts.
That's hilarious. How do you do that inconspicuously, though? Like, those things are huge.
I mean, sometimes you just grab and you go.
Just grab and go.
Double time.
This one is, every glass I have in my house is stolen from a bar or a restaurant.
I did used to
God.
do that.
So,
I would steal glasses.
I've got to tell you a story. So, like, when my brother was, I think he was like 19, and we would go to Europe, and they have a different pint glass there. And he would honestly just take them and just start shoving them either into his future wife's purse or into someone else's purse or into a jacket to like build a set. Like to the point where like people would be like, take the glass out of your jacket. And he'd be like, what? Ah, damn it. And I mean, to steal, I think he stole a whole set of those glasses.
I mean,
this guy says if it has
have all four.
Yeah, this guy says, listen, if your place has a logo on the glass, I'm taking it with me.
Yeah.
It's coming with me.
And it's, kleptomania at that point.
9181 says, all of our plates in our cupboard are from a buffet that my niece worked at when she was younger. We also have 2 fish-shaped plates from Moe's, and last weekend we procured a pasta plate from Denny's.
Wow.
Oh, my God. It's like a hobby.
The Moe's fish plate's pretty incredible to get that out of there.
6525 says, around 2006, I had a buddy that jacked a nail gun from a hardware store down in Grants Pass. That's not what we're talking about.
That's just
talking
stealing.
about like stealing.
Yeah.
He's just a thief.
Yeah, we're talking about stealing from like a restaurant or like taking things off the
not
wall.
Shoplifting.
Yeah. Like, I worked for a catalytic converter ring.
Yeah. A buddy of mine just filled up his cart and walked out. It was nuts.
It's crazy.
More of your calls coming up in just a few minutes. 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. And in a few minutes, Creed tickets.
Yeah.
We'll have 2 listeners go head-to-head to see who can do the best Creed impression, Scott Stapp impression. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. All right, let's give you this hour's keyword again for your shot at $1,000 from the Cash Squatch.
Yes.
$1,000 to help you with your groceries. You know, maybe you just want to be responsible and save it.
Or maybe you could donate it to Casey's one-man march.
That's true.
Yeah.
You
Even
could
a little sample of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I don't need all of it.
Yeah, $50, $10.
No, whatever.
Whatever.
It's not picky.
I think we could get to $3,000 this morning.
I think we could. Yeah, we're at about $2,700.
Yeah, we could do that easily. 1059thebrew.com. Go donate. All the money will go to the Autism Society of Oregon. While you're there, enter this hour's keyword in for your chance at $1,000 in cash. The keyword is grand. Log on now, 1059thebrew.com. The keyword is grand. Oh, hold on a second. I got to stop this. Hold on. I got a little too excited. Oh, yeah. Good luck on the cash. Coming up next, though, we've got tickets to go see the one and only Creed.
Oh, yeah.
On a Sunday morning, banging my head. That was the first Creed song I ever heard. It was good.
It's a classic.
Yeah. We're going to give away Creed tickets all this week, but we're going to do a Creed off. So we need two people on the phone. Callers 10 and 11, 866-445-1059. We're going to see who's got the best Creed impression.
That's right.
You know, I guess we'll vote here in the studio.
Yeah, I think we could vote.
It'll probably be kind of obvious, hopefully.
Yeah, it normally is. If it's head-to-head, they just keep Creed until someone gets a nosebleed.
Right. So, yeah, we will do that coming up next. So we need callers 10 and 11 right now. 866-445-1059 is the phone number. Creed tickets coming up after Green Day. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on 105.9 The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
All right, don't forget, Wednesday, Beefwater will be walking from the radio station here in Tigard all the way to the Moda Center in Portland. It's 10 miles. He's got to do it in under 4 hours. The show will start at 5:30 on Wednesday morning. He'll start walking out of the studio right at 6 a.m., and hopefully he'll make it. We're obviously trying to raise awareness for autism since it's Autism Awareness Month and collect as much money as we can for the Autism Society of Oregon. You can sign up, you can donate at 1059thebrew.com. And remember that all day tomorrow, Shake Shack in Tigard at Bridgeport Village will be offering a special for you. So all day long, if you go in there and mention 1059 The Brew, you'll get 25% of your order towards Beefwater's one-man march.
That's right.
Pretty nice of them to step up, right, Beef?
So that's great. You can help by doing literally nothing extra than going to get the burger that you were already going to get in the first place. So this is a great deal for everybody, a win-win.
Yeah, so maybe if your Shake Shack day is on a Thursday, maybe just bump it up.
Bump it up on a Wednesday.
Right.
I went on Friday, and then because you had written the email, I was like, oh, that sounds so delicious. So we're like, we're going Friday and Tuesday. Now, granted, we didn't help your charity Friday, but we're committed to return again.
I welcome the return trip, and who doesn't deserve more than 2 burgers in a week? We all deserve them.
Oh, I mean, they're the Double Shack, the Chicken Shack, the Truffle Burger.
I'm ready for it.
Well, that's really cool of them to do that. So, head down to Bridgeport Village Shake Shack to get your burgers. All right, let's play this new game that we're going to call the Stap Off, right?
Oh, I like it.
The Stap Off.
Is it the Stap Off? It is the Stap Off.
Stap Off.
It's a dumb name.
I don't think I like it. I don't like the way that sounds.
All right, what we're going to do is get 2 contestants on the phone, and we're going to see who can do the best Scott Stapp impression. I mean, they've got 10, 15 seconds to really get into it.
You really got to drop the hook. I mean, you got to put your claws into us quick if you're going to win this.
Yeah, I wouldn't start with second verse or a bridge or something. I'd go with the hook.
Right, no time to build up to it. Just go for it.
No mumble-ins.
We just lost one of the contestants.
Oh, no.
Literally as we were describing the game, he hung up.
Just
my God.
frightened to death.
Yeah. Well, let's go to the one that we still have. Maybe someone is willing to take this guy on.
All right. The door is open.
If not, Beefwater is going to take him on.
Oh, that could be an easy victory.
So, newsflash, I already hooked myself up with tickets.
Let's go to Greg in St. Helens. Good morning, Greg.
Good morning, Brew Crew.
All right, Greg, you're a big Creed fan?
Yes, sir.
All right. Have you ever seen him live?
No, I haven't.
I saw him once, years and years ago.
I was going to say, there was a valley there between show dates, so this is a new thing all of a sudden.
All right, Greg, you're one of our guys. Let's. I got to go to the phones here, because the other guy got cold feet and hung up. I got to do this raw. Is this Jason?
Yes, it is.
All right, Jason, you're going to be the other guy, because the other dude,
he's gone.
Wussed out.
Maybe he got scared.
His arms are no longer open.
He got scared. Jason,
guess he's not going to be taking anyone higher.
You understand the game, right?
I believe so. Just do my best impression.
Yeah. But you'll have to sing the hook or whatever. You got to really sell it. But we're going to start this morning with Greg in St. Helens. Greg, you got 10, 15 seconds to deliver your best Scott Stapp impression. Go.
Well, I just heard news today. It seems my life is gonna change. I close my eyes, begin to pray, then tears of joy stream down my face with arms wide open under the sunlight. Welcome to this place. I'll show you everything.
All right, thank
with
you.
arms wide
I
open.
think we've seen what we're gonna see. Man,
That was longer than 10 to 15 seconds. You do that on purpose, dude?
I was
I just
hoping
let
that
it
he
go,
was
yeah.
gonna build.
Go a little bit.
My right ear is gushing blood.
All right, let's go to Jason. Jason, you got a few seconds to deliver your best Scott Stapp impression. Go.
All right. Hold me now. I'm 6 feet from the edge and I'm thinking maybe 6 feet ain't so far down. Is that good?
That's good.
That's great. Yeah, nice job.
what do you guys think? I'm going with the second guy.
I want a full-blown vote.
All right, my vote is guy number 2. Guy's Jason.
Totally sarcastic. I'm with you 100%. Guy 2.
Beef?
I think Jason crushed it.
Yeah, there it is.
Yeah.
Laura, I'm assuming
Well,
you're...
for the record, I was also going to vote for Jason.
I have an effort vote for the other guy.
All right, bro. Jason, you just got yourself tickets to go see Creed, the full band.
Yeah.
Along with
Scott Creed.
3 doors down in Mammoth, WVH. The show's at the Tanner Drew and Laura Amphitheater in when is it?
It's in August.
August, so there it is.
Now it's decision-making time. Is he going to wear the leather pants or the bedazzled jean?
Well, mid-August, you got to go
I feel
breathable
like you should wear
bedazzle.
both.
Both. Oh, costume change in the middle.
all right.
As long as there's a bulge, you're
maybe.
fine. As long as there's a bulge. All right, hang on. We'll get your info. We'll have another chance at tickets tomorrow to Scott Stapp and the entire band of Creed. Oh, hell yeah.
Oh, my God.
I think the rest of those guys are like, no one knows our names. Does
Oh.
anyone
Yeah.
get
Are
a band
they-
member?
They're Alter
Is
Bridge.
it the original band, or did
I think it
Scott
is.
Stapp just like build a new band? And
Oh, no,
call
no.
them
It's,
Creed?
it's the original because they
Okay.
went and did Alter Bridge for a little bit. And,
Right.
And
Yeah,
then
yeah,
they came
yeah,
back to do
okay.
Creed. They might be doing both. Who knows? They're both really not that great. Let's just be honest.
Well, how dare you?
I like Creed, but they're not like a critically acclaimed like band. You know what I mean? But I like.
He doesn't
Did
have
they-
to.
I like their song.
Says who?
Says you. Yeah.
Yeah.
I like Creed, but you know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
let me
They're
say-
not the Stones.
You guys, for you not to think he's making a good point, I feel like I'm in the Twilight Zone.
I'm gonna see. Does Creed have any Grammys?
Yeah, I'm sure they all have a Grammy.
Yeah,
And a
Grandma
Grammy.
Stapp.
May she rest in peace.
A couple more texts are coming in about the topic we were discussing, taking things off the wall at a restaurant or, an Applebee's when you see those cool things on the wall. Have you ever taken the stuff home? This text comes from 3394. It says, my wife took a liter beer glass after drinking at the German restaurant Autobahn in Lincoln City.
Oh, and that's out of business now, so thanks a lot for that.
Thanks to you.
That was the final glass.
7427 says, I don't know if this counts, but my friends and I once stole the lights off of a police car. That's not what we're talking about. That's just straight theft.
And
Yeah.
that's a pretty
And
boneheaded
probably a felony.
ballsy.
Check it out, guys. One time I robbed 2 banks.
I want to know if you took things off of the wall at a restaurant. I don't
Yeah,
know.
some innocent little thing.
Yeah.
Little
Wow,
frame,
the
little
lights off it-
situation.
although that is a pretty impressive get.
You got to really be into it.
Yeah.
Did you have a power drill with you? What the hell?
Yeah.
Just
I don't know.
probably just tweaking, and they just started yanking.
All right, this hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000 in the Cash Squatch. The keyword is grand. You got until 8 o'clock this morning to get the keyword in right now. 1059thebrew.com. Enter the keyword grand, and you can score $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
And now, the big story.
It's time to go around the room and share what we think the biggest stories of the day are. It's not necessarily the biggest stories, just what we think the biggest stories are.
Yeah.
Who wants to go first, Drew?
I can go. The big story to me is Invisalign. They've done great things for mouths, keeping your fender face to a minimum. Well, they have more tricks up their sleeve. The new system that they've developed will also align the jaw. Now, Align Technologies, maker of the Invisalign teeth straightening system, is announcing that this new thing won't just get your teeth in a line, but your jaw front to back and maybe even left to right can be fixed up. Now, the system is intended to be primarily used with patients between the age of 10 and 16. But you remember, it used to be like headgear. You would have to have those rubber bands pulling on your face, and it looked like you were signed up for some awkward sport with that stuff all over your face.
Yeah.
Well, no more. So I think it's a great thing. One of my kids has already had Invisalign on and off, and the other one is looking at a pretty daunting run with it. So stuff's already miracle factor 5.
Yeah,
so I'm hoping for more of that.
We work with somebody who's got a Invisalign, and you can't really tell until you're really close to them that they're wearing it. It's pretty good stuff.
Yeah, it really is incredible.
For sure. I think the big story is that, I love TriMet, you guys, and they have actually set some cleaning records as they work to improve the quality of the transit system. They want it to be a cleaner, safer, and more reliable system. They set records in 2024 in the number of times they pressure washed stations, removed graffiti, cleared litter, things like that. And they also hired 15 additional cleaners, and they say it's helping to increase ridership. And they expect to break even more records this year as they aim to return ridership to pre-pandemic levels. So hop on a Max train, hop on a bus. It's looking all spick and span up in that TriMet world.
That's good to know.
Yeah.
I think the big story of the day is it looks like this comedian, this Memphis comedian, completes a 40-hour stand-up set in a world record attempt.
Whoa.
Comedian Benny Elbows is his name.
Oh, Benny Elbows.
Yeah, he's pulled off a 40-hour stand-up comedy marathon, potentially setting a new world record. The Livestream event at the High Tone Cafe in Memphis crossed the 40-hour mark on Saturday. Benny Elbows was only allowed a 5-minute break each hour and had to maintain an audience of at least 10 people throughout the attempt. The performance now awaits certification from the Guinness Book of World Records, but it's looking good.
No offense to Benny Bowes, but nobody is funny after 40 hours.
No.
Now, if the audience can be rotating, maybe that helps. But if I was sitting there, I don't care if you're Seinfeld or Chappelle. After 2 hours, all right.
Well, and
thank you.
who's got 40 hours of material? He's probably just riffing at that point.
Repeating, like
either
people are
repeating
filtering
or,
in and out. And
yeah, repeating or just like making things up. Let me talk to the audience for the next 4 hours.
Hell on earth.
Yeah, it does sound terrible, right?
How's everyone doing out there?
For everyone involved.
It's 35 hours in!
Yeah, this is
What do
crazy.
you think we're doing?
Yeah, do you think anyone stayed the whole time?
No way.
Maybe the sound guy because he had to.
Yeah, he's like, I was forced to be here.
Someone was there.
If he tells the turkey joke one more time, I'm just gonna murder
Gobble,
somebody.
gobble.
More on those stories online at 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, you might as well enter this keyword for your chance at $1,000 in cash from the Cash Squatch. Then after you enter it, just keep it on your cell phone because we could call you back with the money. Here's the keyword.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
We are just 2 days away now from the big walk. Beefwater's one-man march. Beat My Feet. He's going to be walking from the radio station here in Tigard and all the way to the Moda Center in Portland. 10 miles, give or take.
I've seen as much as 10.4 miles. So, you know, we're just going to have to, I'm calling it a nice round even 10 just for the sake of my brains.
Yeah.
Okay.
And
But I also feel like once you get down to that 0.4, that's nothing.
Yeah, well, this thing started out at 8, and then it crept up to 10, and then at one
true.
point it was 11.2. Like, this was the wildest mapping I've ever seen.
And then sometimes
life.
it was like, oh, it's going to take you 3 hours 58 minutes, and then
and then another one tells you it's going to take you 4 days.
Yeah, right. So
it's pretty wild, though. You got to think that it's going to kind of come off in chunks, but by the time you get downtown Portland, it's going to feel pretty real. Going right down NATO Parkway there.
I think he's going to do it. I was thinking about it over the weekend, and I know we've been busting your balls, but I honestly think that you're going to do it in way under 4 hours.
I think
maybe
so, too.
even 2.5 hours.
Oh, okay.
I think we should bet.
2.5
hours. What do you
2.5.
Don't brush off my theory.
I mean, you can go for it
suggestion.
because if we do make bets, like, there's no way you're going to win. But
all right. Well, let's do it. Let's put some money on it then, and we'll see.
2.5 hours.
I don't know.
Quick.
I'm thinking my guess is he'll make it there between.
Don't say it because we gotta.
Yeah,
I think 3 hours. I think 3 hours seems plausible.
Okay. Yeah, somewhere around
if I'm
there.
on my game.
I gotta see his gait. Like when he gets out there, if he's already like gimping, he's got a corn burning early. I think that first hour is really going to tell us a lot.
Well,
I think go ahead.
I was just going to say, Drew, I just need you to calm it down a little bit. I went to the mall over the weekend. I walked the entire thing, both levels.
Yeah?
Wow. Whoa.
Both levels.
Did you do it in those shoes?
Did it in these shoes, and I did it 2 times. Didn't even stop for a Julius.
He was passing grannies left and right.
Dude,
Yeah.
I'm throwing elbows.
On your left, Granny. On your left.
Oh.
What are you, new here?
Now you mall walking too in the shoes that you've been breaking in is an incredible thought.
That just lets you know
He's
the
serious about
commitment
it. Yeah.
that I've made to this scenario.
But somewhere out there was a teenager at that food court who looked over at you and was like, "Old people."
That's right. And I snatched him up by the back of his stupid hair, slapped him right in his mouth, and I said, "Go tell your dad."
But I think 3 hours is good. I was thinking anywhere between and we're just gonna have to say it because you just have to be the honor system here.
Okay.
I don't think Casey's gonna rig it for any of us, but I think he'd be there between 8:45 and 9:25. But if we're doing 15-minute increments,
pick 15 minutes. So
between 9 and 9:15.
Look, Barber Boulevard is the thing. That's the hardest thing to overcome because you got the biggest hills there. There's some spots where there's not really any sidewalk. So to me, Barber Boulevard's the Wild West. Yeah. Once I get to NATO, dude, it's flat, and we should be able to cook right through there.
I'm not because every once in a while when I-5 is backed up, I will go that way and just drive straight down Barber on that exact route, and then I'll hop on I-5 on the Morrison Bridge.
Yeah,
but I really don't I see people biking and walking. I feel like that's a pretty nice area to walk.
It is. There's just a couple areas where where it's weird that there's sidewalk on one side of the street, not the other side of the street.
Yeah.
And
see, if you were preparing for the clientele, you should have been at Lloyd Center, walking that mall under duress. I'm sure you were at a cushier mall with cushy shoes on.
Yeah. Look, I'm just out there hunting for stuff at the mall.
Well, I like 9:30 to 9:45.
Is that going to be your increment? Time
wow.
increment?
Okay. So what's left for me here?
You got either 9:15 to 9:30, or you can say he fails all
11:15.
Dude, I think 9:15 to 9:30 is also a really good place too.
I'm going to think about this. I'm going to take.
You don't have time.
Oh, so we're doing it right now?
We just did it.
Okay. I thought people were just throwing out there.
Well, here, let me talk to Court. You'll have a few minutes, Laura, to think about it.
Let Court pick.
Wait,
before
hold on. Can I?
Let me talk to Court. What, Laura? What?
Let Court pick first.
Well, you better hurry
up.
up.
He doesn't get to pick.
He's gonna if you don't hurry.
Wait, what do you
does kind of feel like you had your chance and you blew it.
I've got 9 to 9:15. I think Beefwater could maybe make it there between 9 and 9:15.
And Drew
9:30, 9:45.
9:30.
Some of that. It's getting a little gout.
And I'm gonna put $50 in.
Oh, we're betting. All right.
Okay, I can't. That's too much money.
Laura's like, I got $6 and a button.
What's appropriate?
20 spots good.
20 spot for you guys? God, you broke bitches. All right, fine.
Yeah.
We'll do 20 spot.
Okay.
Because these guys are cheap.
And I would get in on it too, but I've literally spent all of my money preparing for this thing. So.
That's fair. Okay. That's fair. All right, Corey, let's go to you, my friend. What time do you think Beefwater will arrive to the Moda Center on Wednesday? I've got 9 to 9:15.
Did Laura pick?
Yeah, didn't she pick?
No, I didn't.
Oh, you didn't?
Pick yet.
Well, hurry the hell up.
What are you mapping out over there?
I'm
She's got a compass?
I'm going to say,
what are you writing down?
I'm going to say 9:45 to 10.
Okay.
Oh, wow, limping in.
Wow, I thought you'd give Beef more faith.
Yeah, I thought that too.
Or
But
more,
now,
but then I looked
now
at him again, and nah.
Now I'm second guessing. So I'm gonna say 9:15. That's it.
All right.
9:45.
I mean, that's what I mean. 9:45. Yes, sorry.
All right, Court. Good morning.
Okay, hi. So you got 9 to 9:15. Laura's got 9:30 or 9:45 to 10, and Drew's got 9:30 to 9:45. So I guess I've just got 9:15 to 9:30.
Unless you think
Which
he's
is a
really gonna
pretty good-
speed walk and you want to do like 8:45 to 9.
True.
I don't think it's gonna be that quick. I think it's gonna be 9. He's gonna stop for donuts along the way. You know he's gonna take his time.
Bro, did you hear Casey worked in those shoes over the weekend? Broke in those shoes by mall walking. So
Yeah, dude, he's pretty serious.
Okay.
yeah, he got him in sport mode now.
Yeah, but that's like a mile walk total. I mean, he's gonna need refueling at some point. He's gonna stop for donuts, and there's a donut shop along the way somewhere.
Casey, will you be stopping for donuts?
Well, it depends on if I'm clocking way ahead. Maybe I will stop for a fritter.
If I've earned it.
But if I'm struggling and breathing heavy, probably not.
Okay, all right.
Can't you see-
It'd be great if he was like killing time and he had time to like get a coffee. And
I
a
was
donut.
gonna say, can't you see Beefwater like taking a mental note of who each of the time frame each of us chose, and then went out of his way not to make that time frame?
Nah, I would never do that.
I really think he's an honest
I would
person,
never do
and
that.
also once he's walking, I think he's going to forget all of this.
What was Laura's time again?
Like I think he's going to really be in the zone and just try to get there as fast as he can. What if he gets there before all of our times?
Yeah, that
Yeah, I
would
mean,
be.
it could happen.
You know, I think I've got $9 that says that won't happen.
You
Beef.
guys will put the show on autopilot. You will meet me at the Motor Center, and you will all give me an apology publicly.
Oh, you earn any of that stuff first. You got a lot of walking to do.
Okay, so what do you think, Casey? Like, what are you feeling?
I'm feeling like my goal has been to hit the steel bridge at 9:30. So the 9:30, 9:45.
And how long does it take from the bridge?
So this is the weird part. Like we were talking the other day and just mapping out the sections, right? And from the Hawthorne Bridge to the Motor Center is only like 20-some minutes. And that feels like such a long stretch.
That falls right out of my window, dude. You better be at that bridge at 9:20.
Listen to this. Text messages are coming in on a McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This one's from 3826. It says, if he walks at a pace of 18 minutes per mile, he can get it done in 3 hours. I have faith he's going to get it done by 9, which would make me the winner.
It would, and that gives you a whole 15 minutes right in there.
So it really boils down to these hills on Barber. It's either going to slow me down enough to take me down to that like 1.5 to 2 mile an hour pace, which is not acceptable.
It's what you're accustomed to, though.
Yeah, because they say the average person can walk, 3 miles an hour?
Yeah, but I am typically a fast walker, though. So it's if I can just do that consistently.
Yeah, but can you do that for a long period of time?
This is my point. So, like, it just depends on when I start to slow down. But I feel like I can get a pretty good lead, and maybe I'll slow down a bit.
Hold on.
At the end?
Are you putting a body in the trunk? What is all that noise?
I'm coming up the stairs.
Oh, okay. All right. We'll see when we get here.
Look at him coming up the stairs. Have you been taking the stairs, Beefwater?
All the time.
Of course.
I always take the stairs because these elevators suck.
That's
Yeah.
true. You
People
don't
get
wanna
stuck in them
there.
sometimes.
Yeah.
All right, dude. We'll see you in a few minutes.
Okay.
All right. So there are some bets in place.
Yeah.
It sounds like.
Well, I like it. I like it. You guys are being fair in the time frame. I like it.
Yeah, I think you'll get there between 9 and 9:15. I have a feeling. I feel that you could do it. And also, I need the money right now, so let's make it happen.
If you blow it and you miss your time, I'm waiting for you at 9:30, 9:45.
All right.
I do want to remind everyone that you can donate to Autism Society of Oregon if you can at 1059thebrew.com. Laura, what's our total?
All right, let me pull this up real quick.
Still the same.
Hold on. Oh man, every time I refresh, it makes me re-click the link.
I'll just tell you this while you're looking that up. I want to remind you that Shake Shack is doing a pretty awesome thing tomorrow, right, Beef?
Yeah, man, this is great. Like, this literally was just a voicemail that we got, and they're like, "Hey, man, we heard you guys are doing this walk. We'd love to help. How can we help?" And so, got some communication going with them, and they go, "Hey, listen, how about we give you 25% of our proceeds from 4 to 6 p.m.?" And I was like, "Hey, man, that's great." And then a couple hours later, they go, "You know what? On second thought, how about we just do it from open to close?"
Oh, hell yeah!
And I was like, "Man, that feels super good." And so anybody can just go and grab a burger, and if you're ordering at a kiosk or if you're ordering online ahead of time, just throw donate in your I want to say
Promo
password,
code.
but promo code box. And then if you're ordering at the counter, the old-fashioned way like I do, you just tell them, hey, man, I want to be a part of this walk for autism. And they're going to say, yep, boom. And then 25% of their sales that day will come that way, which is fantastic.
We should have said you should have gone up and said bing bong.
And they have...
Next time.
They have a very productive, their app is very productive, but when you go in there, you might use the kiosk anyway because they have 3 very nice stations right there that, I mean, it's very productive. So if you just use that code, you'll be good.
So super cool of them, and it's a very nice gesture, and I love that it came out organically, and they
It's
just
awesome
wanted
of
to be a part of it. So,
well, when do you think Beefwater will arrive at the Moda Center on Wednesday? What time? Shoot us a text message on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. I think he'll get there between 9 and 9:15. I hope, because it sounds like there's some money on the line here.
You want to hear the total, by the way? All right. We are at, for Casey Beefwater Bay's Walk for Autism Acceptance, $2,680.
Okay. We're creeping.
We need a little bit of a late show push.
Yeah, I think we could get to 3 before the end of the show. So if you can, donate, 1059thebrute.com.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Super bummed for Damian Lillard, even though I'm not a Milwaukee Bucks fan. I do root for the guy who brought us so much happiness here in the Pacific Northwest, but he will undergo an MRI today to determine the severity of his lower leg injury that happened in last night's Game 4 loss to the Pacers, where it looks like he has torn his Achilles tendon. This guy has battled back from multiple injuries, including those blood clots that were extremely scary, but likely to be heading home to Portland to rehab after this one. He's such a good dude, though, that Doc Rivers, their head coach, said this about the man.
It's just such a great freaking dude, like on a basketball level, but more important, like as a teammate and a father and all that stuff. And, no one deserves it, but golly, you just look at him. And so that's why I feel bad. It's just tough.
And we'll accept him back here in Portland at any point. One guy who was just hoping to be accepted anywhere was Shedeur Sanders, as he fell to the 144th pick as he was taken by the Cleveland Browns as their fifth quarterback. A lot of people didn't even talk about the rounds earlier. They took Dylan Gabriel, the Oregon Ducks star quarterback. So even making the roster is going to be tough. But there is a guy apologizing this morning, the son of a Falcons coordinator who did make a prank call to Sanders rounds before he was picked, saying, hey, don't worry, hang tight, we're going to pick you soon. We just can't do it quite yet. So he thought he was going to get picked forever. It's just got to be so painful, but this is what happens when you're Deion Sanders' dad, too legit to quit. There's your sports.
Thank you much. All right, this hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000 from the Cash Squash is win. So you've got until 9 o'clock to get this hour's keyword in. Don't waste any time. It'll take you less than 30 seconds to enter, and you could be a $1,000 winner. $1,000, Drew.
Ooh,
Wow.
which
Wow,
we
wow,
all
wow.
hope to be.
Yeah. The keyword is win. Log on 1059thebrew.com. As soon as you enter the keyword, keep an eye on your phone because we could call you back within minutes with the cash. Good luck. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, all day tomorrow at the Shake Shack in Tigard. That's the one at Bridgeport Village. If you go up to either the counter or the kiosk and use, what's the promo code again?
Donate.
Promo code is donate?
Yep.
Yeah, and then
Nice and simple.
25% of the money you spend will go to Casey's One Man March. That will go directly to the Autism Society of Oregon, which Casey's doing this for. So
I love that it works both ways. I mean, whether you're just coming to swing by and grab it or you're dining in, they got it for you both ways.
Might have to go get myself a shake tomorrow.
Yeah, all you got to do is just drop the name of the station or let them know that you want to participate and you've done your part.
Yeah. So that's all day tomorrow, the Tigard location of the Shake Shack. So Wednesday, we're very excited. I know that Casey's a little nervous, but he did walk the mall over the weekend, so he's feeling pretty confident. He walked the mall like an old person.
But I wore a windbreaker.
Yeah.
In the mall just to make sure that I had a little extra resistance.
You were swishing?
Were you there an hour before Macy's opens, or
were you dodging shoppers?
I went in prime time because I wanted all of the smoke. Right, like if I'm going to do this thing, I'm going to try and crush the time while I got to sift through trash.
I see.
Okay.
Yes, Court. What's your concern?
I mean, how many laps did you do?
Well, I mean, I wasn't counting. It was kind of hard because I was moving so quick.
Okay. So you did 2 then.
2 laps, right.
Or you had down to the store you needed and then back
to his car,
Yeah,
right.
So basically you went the distance from here to not quite Pacific Highway.
I mean, if you want to get technical
Okay,
about it, you're
all right.
probably
So,
right.
So, all right. So fair. So you have a whole bunch to add on top of that. So
Yeah.
you do some more laps there at was it Vancouver Mall?
It was the Vancouver
Okay.
Mall.
He's like an interrogation. Like, you got me.
Yeah.
You got me.
It's not a big mall.
You
either.
got to just go disclose my training ground.
It was a strip mall.
Well, listen, this text message came in from 3280. And it said, this is a message for the beef. Autism Dad here, and I'm so grateful you are doing this. It's a big deal to a lot of us, and we're really proud of you. I'm especially proud of you. You can do this, and you're going to kick ass.
Well, thank you very much for that. And that's the whole point of it, is to, I guess, ring that point home that I am not alone, and neither is he. I mean, there's just tons and tons of families affected by this every single day of the year.
Right.
So.
So Wednesday the show will start at 5:30, and then like right at 6, Casey's gonna head to the radio station. And can he make it in under 4 hours? I think he can. I think actually he can do it in about 3. So we're all gonna bet, And I think that, I think we're going to bet $20 each. And I think that money, whoever wins, should probably just donate directly to
It's all going to go to
Autism Society of Oregon.
In the winner's name,
Yeah.
they will take their winnings and donate it to the cause.
And everyone else will just look like a cheapskate.
Right.
So,
but yeah, I think he'll get there between like 9 and 9:15.
yeah, if you want a reminder of the wagers here, Tanner, you've got between 9 and 9:15. Court has between 9:15 and 9:30. Drew has 9:30 to 9:45. And I have the littlest faith in Beefwater, and I think he'll get there between 9:45 and 10.
All right.
So
Mountain time.
Yeah.
Anyone want to take 10:30 to 10:45?
There are some votes online for sometime Thursday.
Yeah. What time do you think Beefwater will get there? Casey, didn't you say some people over the weekend said that you're going to make it there way quicker than people
I've
think?
had people tell me as little as 2.5 hours. So, man, there's just no way of knowing.
It's so weird because the 1,000 times or whatever I've gone from this point to downtown or to the Moda Center, it's always in a car. So, every time you're visualizing it, you're like, oh, it's just right over that hill. Oh, it's just right over there. There are so many false summits along the way, like as you're creeping up Barber or trying to maneuver the Capitol Highway area. It's hard enough to figure out where the cars go, let alone the people.
Ooh, I didn't even think about that Capitol Highway area. What a mess.
Yeah, it's like a knot of roads and crosswalks.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I have wavered back and forth so many times on this thing from thinking, like, boy, that doesn't, it doesn't seem like I'm going very far. And then I look at it another time and I go, whoa, that seems like a really long way to go.
Well, you got the shoes for it. I think you can do it. And you're doing it for a good cause. I think you can do it.
Yeah, and I just want to reaffirm that 2 more miles were added to this thing from the original conversation, which was 8.5. Now we're going 10.4. So I just feel like I want all the credit.
Well, we're not sending you the long way. We're sending you the only way.
Yeah, the only way that can keep us in traffic sight so people can participate.
Oh, okay. So there was like a sneaky road.
There was an alternate route, actually probably a safer route, where it sends them down.
Court threw that right out the window.
I was like, no, we want you in traffic. But it could have sent them down into the neighborhoods.
Oh,
okay. But that's no fun. Nobody could see them down there. So.
Yeah, I guess we want people to be able to run by or drive by and support him and everything.
Honk.
And again, he's going to be streaming all of this on Instagram, on the Brews Instagram feed. So if you don't follow us, please go and do that now at 1059 The Brew or at Tanner, Drew, and Laura, and you'll be able to see Beefwater's long walk to the Moda Center.
Yeah, you'll probably also see my mouth open, just gaped,
Yeah.
breathing hard.
Can you donate right into the mouth?
Yeah.
Yeah, throw coins into his mouth.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, what's the total up to now, Laura? Has it gone up a little bit?
Yeah, it's gone up a little bit. Not a ton. We still have work to do. But we are now up to $2,700.
I'd love to get
great.
it.
So,
I'd love to get it
That's
to 3 before the end of the show, but that's another hour and 20 minutes. I don't know.
It just takes a couple of bangers.
Okay, look, man, we did this, less than 2 weeks ago? This conversation started, and then boom, it's happening. And to be at this point with as little time as we've had to put into it, I'm blown away at where we're at. And so by the time the Shake Shack stuff comes in, we're going to be pretty close to hitting that goal. I feel pretty confident.
Blah, blah, blah. I mean, listen.
Forward momentum.
Yeah, we have a $5,000 limit set here. That's what the Autism Society of Oregon, they set that. I think they arbitrarily set it for all of their stuff. You want to try to hit that mark.
Did Court just take his belt off?
Casey said he was happy with 1,000. I told him he was stupid for
let's
that.
blow it out of the water.
We need to get up to $5,000.
That's what I think. Yeah.
So I mean, we just to make us look good in front of Autism Society, to make Casey feel extra good.
Well, how about this, Court? You like to play the dad sometimes. So why don't you shame the audience like a father would, into going to the website 1059thebrew.com and donating to Autism Society of Oregon?
Well, listen. I will say I'm not mad, but I'm very disappointed in all of you right now. Your mother and I have had a long conversation. It's going to take a while for us to get over this. I mean, your grandparents are just furious, but I think we can make this good. I think we can make this good if you just donate $50, $100, $200. I think the family could actually get together for Christmas this year again if you do that. But otherwise,
that Court probably like rubs over his kid's face. Grandparents are very upset.
It's doing pretty good with it.
I mean, I'm feeling bad.
Good.
Laura's got her purse out.
Yeah, you better donate.
Giving money right now.
So you do realize you put your grandfather in the hospital with this behavior.
1059thebrew.com. Log on and donate if you can. You know, listen, if you're struggling yourself, we don't expect people to donate. But if you can, $5, $10, anything would be great.
Yeah, the people who can know who they are, do that.
Right. We'd like to get 5,000. We'd like to get 3,000 for the show, but, you know, let's not be greedy.
Sure.
Right. 1059thebrew.com. There's some talkback messages coming in.
Good morning, Brew Crew. Steph here. I'm taking just a quick one to Longview, but I want you to know that you and the iHeartRadio app are going with me the whole way.
Thank you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah.
And, Beefwater, I know you can make it. You're going to do it, and everybody's behind you. Have a good one.
Yeah, you've got it, buddy. You've got it.
All right. Man, I appreciate all the love.
Hopefully
man.
you've got it between 9:45 and 10 o'clock. That's all I'm saying. But.
Stay in your window.
This hour's keyword, you've got until 9 o'clock to get this hour's keyword in to score $1,000 in cash. The keyword is win, as in I hope you win this money. 1059thebrew.com's website. Good luck.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1059 The Brew. It's Portland's Rock Station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up here in just a few minutes, another keyword that could be your keyword at $1,000 in cash. You could win a grand just like Nate did here.
Oh my gosh, that's awesome, man. I've been trying on this for several months, and I finally got it. I'm like, is this for real right now? Awesome sauce.
Awesome sauce.
That sauce is so awesome.
Wow, I feel like $1,000 should be deducted just for him saying awesome sauce.
Oh, it has been revoked.
What will you buy? Actually, you can say whatever word you want if you win the 1,000.
I might say something real stupid.
Coming up here next, you're going to hear another keyword. As soon as you hear it, you got to log on to 1059thebrew.com and enter it in to win. And then after that, just keep an eye on your cell phone. We could call you back in minutes with the money. That's right after Nirvana. We are commercial free. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura on The Brew.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jello shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
1059 The Brew, it's Portland's rock station. Tanner, Drew, and Laura. Coming up here in a few minutes. Why Yoda talk backwards, does he? Have you ever wondered why Yoda talks backwards?
Always, every day. That's what keeps me up at night.
I thought he was dyslexic or something.
Well, George Lucas actually really recently explained why he has him talk, like all broken English.
Dying to know.
And it actually makes sense to me. We'll play it for you, the audio coming up here in just a few minutes. We are commercial free. Also, in a few minutes, we're going to give you this hour's keyword again if you missed it for your chance to win $1,000 from the Cash Squatch. It's 1059 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do...
Portland's rock station, 1059 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. So... I don't know if you watch Star Wars, but everyone's seen it, right?
Of course.
Why does Yoda talk all jumbled? Why is it backwards? Why Yoda talk backwards, does he?
I never ask questions when it comes to stuff like that, because I'm like, whatever. It's a weird world.
Yeah,
he just does it because it's
I never
just
thought
the way
about it either. Like, I like nerdy stuff, but when they start going, well,
being analytical about it.
Yeah, like when you start breaking down like their languages.
But of course there's a reason for it.
The only thing I know about it is if when dudes do the impression, they get put in a lane.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
I mean,
very
we
true.
all knew the kid growing up who Yoda talked through
Yeah.
most of their life.
Corey
he just walked in.
Yeah. Speaking of the devil, did you Yoda talk when you were a kid? Like, did you and your buddies talk Yoda at each other?
Sure. I mean, a little bit.
Talk Yoda to me.
I mean, not all
Highly
the time.
predictable.
But we
No?
try it out.
I have a feeling you did it a lot. I have a feeling you did it till your wife said, if you do it again, I'm divorcing you.
That's how I get her in the mood.
No, that's how he proposed.
Yeah, right.
Marry me, will you?
But because like my stepdad, he's a big Star Trek fan, and he bought a Klingon book that teaches you Klingon.
Oh,
and
yeah.
He knows some Klingon.
That's
and
hardcore.
It's the most embarrassing thing. And so I'd imagine that you probably know a little Yoda talk.
I mean, you just reverse everything.
Yeah.
So yeah, I guess I know more Yoda talk than I know the Klingon.
Give us a little sample. A little Yoda sample.
I don't know.
Oh,
It's
don't be
pressure.
Can't put him on the spot.
Yeah,
You got nothing?
1059 The Brew. It is. I don't know.
Oh,
Too much pressure.
not Yoda.
I don't know.
Well, George Lucas here explains why Yoda has unusual speech patterns.
Okay.
And there's a reason for it. It makes a lot of sense. Listen to this from George Lucas, the baby daddy of Star Wars.
Does Yoda speak backwards?
Well, I will tell you.
Okay, thank you.
Yoda had a very distinctive way of talking because, and it was done purposely because if you were speaking regular English or people don't listen that much. But if he has an accent or it's really hard to understand what he's saying, they focus on what he's saying. And what he was basically the philosopher of the movie. Right. So he was talking about all of the things, in long talking scenes and stuff where I had to figure out a way to get people to actually listen, especially 12-year-olds.
Wow. So the question now is, which book did he steal that from?
With everything with George Lucas, it's total crap. He thought it was cool the way he was talking. I mean, I'm sure he has retconned everything about all of those movies.
Now there's a reason, but back then he just have him just flip the words.
Also, I feel like that's it almost defeats the purpose. It's like you want a 12-year-old to try to grasp a little green monster talking backwards.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know if you're simplifying it by doing that.
I would bet anything it wasn't George Lucas at all. It was Frank Oz. Frank Oz is the puppeteer. He did like Fozzie Bear and all that kind of stuff back in the, so he knew kids. He probably knew, this would be kind of cool if I flip the words a little bit.
Yeah.
Maybe it would be kind of more alien and stuff like that.
I found it confusing as a child.
Right. Yeah, I did too. So
now I'm not the brightest, but I was like, why can't we just put all this in a row?
George Lucas has that billionaire voice too. Like, I came up with the Yoda. He just has that. I'm so relaxed.
Yeah, sure.
He's
got nothing to worry.
He's got nothing to worry.
The audience is so into Star Wars, though, that the very question of why he speaks backwards, everyone's like, well, listen to him. It's like someone started tickling him with a feather.
Yeah.
Nothing happened.
I think Court was in that crowd.
Sure. Well, I mean, but it does bear the question because originally I always thought it was just like the way that his species talked. But then he came up with another character, Yaddle, who was in the prequels. Yaddle didn't talk like that. So the why is Yoda talking backwards? It doesn't make sense. So,
Yoda, Yaddle.
Yep, Yoda and Yaddle.
Well, there it is.
Interesting.
What a weird path to $1 billion.
I know, right? Well, he sold it for $5 billion.
Oh, okay, sorry. I did sell him way short there.
You know what's crazy? That Disney bought it for $5 million, but they've turned it into like an $85 billion property.
Yeah, it's so exponential.
He's probably looking at that going, damn.
You should have kept a couple points on that.
Well, there you go. George Lucas explaining why Yoda speaks like that. More on that story, at 1059thebrew.com. While you're there, enter this hour's keyword. You could win $1,000, and it'll take you less than 30 seconds. The keyword is happy. Log on now, 1059thebrew.com. Enter the keyword happy to win $1,000.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew, Tanner, Drew, and Laura. So this has been going viral on the internet, and we've kind of discussed things like this before. Like, do you think you could take on like an alligator? There's guys who think they could fight an alligator or a bear, stuff like that.
Right.
Well, this has gone viral on the internet where someone asked ChatGPT who would win in a fight, 100 men versus one gorilla.
Ooh. Well, okay, so what are the rules? Are you allowed to have weapons, or is it just like hands?
I'm guessing hands.
Yeah, hand-to-hand combat, I think.
If you have a weapon, it's over.
Right.
And so the debate's been going on the internet. Like, it took off like a wildfire on the internet. People are like, yeah, I think 100 men could beat one gorilla. I think, I think a gorilla would beat 100 men up.
Yeah, it's tough. It's like with one coordinated effort where everyone comes at once, but I don't think that's human nature.
So the post ended up with more than 200 million views, and it sparked the debate. And some joked about how they would fight, the gorilla if they had the chance. One user wrote, "Me and the homies are going to fight the gorilla, but wearing suits to make the funerals easier."
Oh, so they know who you are when your mushy body parts get picked up. Fair enough.
Wow. Yeah. I mean,
see, first guy dead, first 10 guys dead. I mean, here's the problem is, how do you hurt him when you're on this gorilla? It has a muscle structure and a bone mass that's there to protect it from your weak little punches.
But I think 100 men could kill one gorilla.
But
Have you seen
like
poachers?
Absolutely.
Yeah, but
could.
I feel like 100 men
all at once
with no spears, nothing.
But like 100 men though, what's the point? It almost seems like it's too many people because you're not, even if you all like jump on top of
How
the
would you
gorilla,
physically get 100 men to beat it?
Yeah, like,
I guess you would just take turns hitting it and
You're
run.
gonna max out at like
Hit and
a
run.
dozen dudes maybe trying to take on this gorilla. I don't think 100 dudes, like 100 average dudes, could take down a gorilla.
Because it's even when you're fighting, and now there's a certain age kid where they're still little enough where you can just throw them over couches. But when my nephews and nieces would all attack at once, if multiple people get a hold of an arm at once, you can hold it down.
Yeah, and I'm thinking, let's say 12 people at a time do fight the gorilla out of 100, and those 12 people get jacked. Well, that gorilla's still a little jacked from those 12 people, but now a fresh 12 people come in.
Maybe he's like
and
tired.
Is it going to get tired?
Eventually, they're just going to tire the thing out and curb stomp it.
I just don't know.
I'm on the fence. I see why.
I say 100 men are going to whoop a gorilla's ass.
Oh, just a no-brainer.
I say it happens. Yeah,
I
whether
think
it's 12 at a
possible.
time or whatever. I think 100. I think there's enough men to beat the gorilla.
I think it's possible, but I don't think it would be easy.
Definitely not
Because
easy.
getting them all to step up simultaneously, it's like if I tell you we're going to fight a gorilla and I just watch him squish a dude next to me, I might be a little timid upon entry.
Yeah.
First, I need to find 100 idiots that are going to fight a gorilla for me.
And I need 99 of them to go in before me.
But I think 100 people could do it. Let's go to Dallas. What do you think, man? 100 people, could they beat up a gorilla, or would the gorilla destroy him?
Well, I think the gorilla will destroy him. I mean, it's bad.
Hold on, are you talking to us on a can and a string? What is that?
It's the worst phone I've ever heard.
Yeah, this sounds like you're 100 miles away.
Oh, he hung up. Well, all right.
Oh.
I think he did say that the gorilla would whoop their ass.
Would
though,
crush
is
is
what
what
he
he
said.
said.
Yeah.
But I just don't think so. I think, they could. The gorilla's probably going to beat those 12 people, but they're going to injure the gorilla, and those 12 people are going to, die or whatever.
But I just
and another
imagine,
fresh 12 will come
how
in.
are you injuring the gorilla? Like, I just imagine, like, these dudes just pounding on the gorilla with their fists, not making any impact whatsoever.
And I think
Because
that
while the
eventually
gorilla's
you'd
focused
overwhelm
on one gorilla, or two people, three people, there's people punching it in the back of the head.
Yeah, and because we are we might be morons still, but we're a sophisticated animal, we can coordinate an attack.
Yeah.
So you have a wave in front, and he's focused on that, and then two squads from the back. You could.
You're the first wave. You guys are dead.
I want
but-
to, yeah. First wave, no chance. I want to get a gorilla expert on the phone.
I'd like that. I would like to.
I need like a zookeeper or something.
Someone who knows the sheer power.
Let's go to Adam. Adam.
Oh my goodness.
Oh, dude. It sounds like you're skydiving. What do you think, man? Can 100 men beat a gorilla? I think so.
Dude, there's no way. The first thing that's going to happen is the first 12 people are going to be killed. And by the time you figure out that it's going to at once,
what is happening with the
just
phones?
Everyone
What
is
is
just.
going on?
I don't know if there's like
God.
coordination between the worst phones in the world and people saying the gorilla would crush, because that
Yeah.
seems to be the deal.
I think Eric's calling with his top down. All right, so that's 2 for the gorilla crushing. I just don't see it. I just think fresh bodies coming in is important. Throw more men at it. And that's.
And like, are these like, we're assuming these are like super tough dudes?
I would say that they're warriors, yeah.
Okay.
Well, if they're measly, it's not going to be
Well,
as
I feel like the
go as
measly
good.
guys are the ones who are like, yeah, I'm pretty scrappy. I could take them down.
I got that, and they'll crush.
Now, let's go over some stats real quick. And by the way, what do you think would happen? 866-445-1059. You can also shoot us a text on our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line at 98197. An adult male silverback gorilla weighs between 300 and 500 pounds.
Okay.
Now, that is something that's considerable.
And think about this. They look jacked. They look
It's
jacked.
pure muscle.
And they don't work out, all right? This is without working
Yeah.
out. So let's keep all that in mind.
And keep in mind that it's not just combat. The thing, it also has a charge ability. So it can take like 3 steps forward and shoulder you with a 500. It's like getting hit by an ATV almost.
Now, the gorillas are also known to have extremely thick skin and dense muscles, making them extremely hard to injure without weapons.
Yeah.
They are used to, they're used to intense physical confrontation. So, like, you stepping up and, they stand on business all the time, right?
Yeah, this
so
is
you
in
stepping
their
up
blood.
isn't a big deal to
And
them.
I also think because of the way they walk, kind of on all fours with like their fists on the ground, it would be tough to knock them off balance too.
I just think a lot of people going at it at once.
I don't know.
I do think that there is a good possibility with the right effort that you could take them down with the Hyundai.
I think 75 of these guys are done. 75 of these guys are dead or with severely maimed and injured, right? But I think that they could win. What do you think?
Even at
what?
I was going to say, even at victory, though, you're likely going to get. Most of them are not gonna. They're all gonna have like a weird limp forever, or like they wheeze when they
And
when
also,
they take a deep
like,
breath.
can we just talk about like how gruesome this is? Because by the time you actually if you're the guy who delivers the final blow to this gorilla,
You're like, ah!
yeah, you're an animal.
Yeah.
Like, leave the gorilla alone. What did he ever do to you? You know what I mean?
Well, we're trying to end the conversation.
Okay.
So it's time to fight.
I don't know. I still think it's going to be the 100 men beating the gorilla. What do you think? 866-445-1059. Let's check some of these talkback messages because, this is an important subject.
Yeah.
We got to get to the bottom of this today.
It really is.
Sorry, I was listening to music off the air.
It's all right. Whatever gets your groove.
What up, guys? Welder Rob here. Are we talking about a normal 100 guys or 100 guys that work out? Honestly, I don't think they could. Gorillas are insanely too strong. Like their muscle mass and bone mass, like Drew was saying, is like triple the size of ours, if not more. I don't think it's possible.
But we throw fresh men at it. Anything's possible.
Get those fresh legs.
Anything's possible.
Like if we had the people who were calling up with Yoda impressions earlier,
No, not a chance.
But you get a couple of meat chucks.
Another talk back through the app.
I think the 100 people, while a little overdone, it's a lot of manpower to be using just to beat up one gorilla. If they aimed for the eyes and the feet, I feel like they could disable it enough, and then they could all do what Tanner was talking about and just grab a limb and hold it down.
Tire it out.
And then just, everybody wallops on it. But I think the feet and the eyes would be the weak spots. Just, you gotta get past the giant arms.
Yeah, I agree, though, but you got to tire him out. You got to distract him. 100 people come out at once. He can't defend all of those attacks.
Holy crap.
What?
This statistic.
Well, hold on. Let me get to the phones. What's the stat real quick? What is it?
A silverback gorilla can lift 10 times its own body weight and can throw 1,800 pounds.
Jeez.
So that's exactly what I had in my mind. Is like, okay, these dudes are running up on it, and he's just gonna like pluck them away and toss them.
Yeah, but
like
I'm
a piece
saying,
of
and you're right.
trash.
Like he's connecting with these humans, and he's done. But while he's connecting with those humans, there's a human behind him punching him in like a donkey punch. He's
But I don't
giving him the business.
I don't even think he's gonna feel it.
It's just like tink, tink.
Yeah.
Well, a whole bunch.
Maybe.
You turn the fist when you hit, Laura.
Yeah.
Let's go to I don't know. Is this Dominic?
Yes. How you doing this morning?
Doing well, Dominic. Tell us, 100 men versus a gorilla. What do you think happens?
Okay, super easy. Do you guys remember the movie Jack Reacher, where Jack Reacher's in the parking lot and he's in the bar? They set him up for a fight, and he tries to explain to him, "Hey, I'm going to beat up you, the first two of you guys.
Yeah.
The other guys are going to look at it and they're going to take off." Same thing's going to happen is when you run after that gorilla and he rips rips off the arm of the first 2 guys.
Yeah, people are
What
going
do
to
you think the other 98 guys are going to do? They're going to be like, oh, no, I'm good, you know?
Yeah.
It's not going to happen.
I hear that.
Yeah, so the gorilla is so powerful. The first 5 guys that run in, I mean, they're going to get destroyed. The other guys are going to look at it like, okay, we don't have a fighting chance. So it's just not going to happen.
If
And
this
you take
happens to
100
me,
guys out of 100.
I expect you guys to pick up my arm and use them as weapons.
Yeah, and
If
the
that
guys
happens to
we're
me.
choosing are not common sense guys. We need the mindless, fearless. I
Right.
mean, these guys need to be barely able to read.
Bloodthirsty warriors.
Yeah.
If you have the 300 Spartans, you know, you have a chance. But you're going to have the guys from Intel, McDonald's, and Carl's Jr. It ain't going to happen.
All right, thanks, man. So far, nobody thinks that 100 men could take on one gorilla.
He has faith in mankind.
I do have faith in mankind.
I don't.
Hi, it's Tanner, Joe, and Laura. Good morning. Yeah.
Me?
Yes, that's you.
Yeah, the gorilla's going to win. I mean, you think about the gorilla's on all 4. It's going to have foot placement. You're going to be trying to crawling over bodies. The gorilla has the upper hand. And any fight or flight moment there.
I know he's got the upper hand.
And just going to take off.
But when you swarm him with 100, you got to think 100 people's a lot of people. And coming at you at once, you just can't. You know, like I just don't think you could. What do they say? Like they put you in a room with a bunch of rats, like flesh
there
eating
would
rats,
be
and
enough rats to get
they'll
you.
eat you away, right? I feel like it's the same thing. We'll eat at the gorilla. I'll chew it. I'll bite his neck. I'll Mike Tyson his ear.
Oh my goodness.
You got it. Where there's a will, there's a way. You don't. I mean, if I'm going to hit him, he might have the upper hand, but I'll hit him in the nuts.
Yeah, I think I'm probably going to be the first to die in this gorilla attack.
Yeah.
We got more.
Tanner's done for.
We got more talk packs coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
Gorilla 100%. You guys are mistaking the strength for the brutality of it.
Mm-hmm.
The gorilla is going to literally rip apart the first guy into little pieces and then beat everyone else with those pieces while ripping them apart.
Yeah.
The first 2 dudes are going down in the bloodiest fashion possible, and the other 98 dudes are going to be pissing their pants in the corner.
All right, what if these men were high on methamphetamine?
Well, now you've got
I
a
mean,
fighting
PCP
chance.
is one hell of a drug.
Yeah, they feel nothing.
Yeah.
They won't even feel their arms come off.
Let's go to, is this Michael?
Yeah.
Hey, man, what do you think? 100 men versus 100 gorilla? What happens? Or, sorry, one
No,
gorilla.
I think the gorillas. The problem is we're Neanderthals ourselves. So when the 100 guys run in, the back 60 is going to punch all the 40 in the back of the head, lay them out, and then the gorilla's only got to deal with 60 of it.
So self-sabotage is his answer. I'm not sure I would all end it in a
What's
donkey
that?
punch. I'll end it in a donkey punch.
Yeah, all right. Donkey punch. That sounds good. More talkbacks to our iHeartRadio app.
I think it would take more than 100 guys. I think this gorilla could bitch slap 8 people at a time, and he'd go through all 100 of them, but eventually the men will catch up with him, but I think it'd take more than 100. 500 pounds, that thick of a skull, how are you going to hurt that thing?
I don't know. I would just
combinations.
Think, yeah, I would just think a lot of dudes tiring it out.
Rib,
So
chin.
what is a gorilla's apex predator? Like what are they afraid of in the wild?
That's a good question. I don't know.
Like what
Google
can kill?
it just says nothing.
Absolutely nothing.
I've seen videos of them scared of the rain. That might be it. They,
Well,
they don't like
just
the rain.
bring a sprinkler.
I don't know what they're scared of. Honestly, they probably aren't scared of much. But what do you think? 866-445-1059. The Reddit thread's blowing up, and it's funny because all people are on the air saying, "Hey, the gorilla's gonna win, gonna destroy these guys." But it seems like a little split down the middle when you read the Reddit threads.
They're also saying the only known true predator outside of 100 men is a leopard or a crocodile can take down a gorilla if it strikes right.
But if it strikes right. But you think
Yeah,
about
it doesn't
you think
smash
about
into
you
the
think about a
ground.
crocodile and how big its teeth and its jaw, how strong its jaw
And
is.
it only has a chance.
Yeah. I'm not
Right.
risking it. I'm not trying it.
866-445-1059. This hour's keyword for your chance at $1,000 in cash. Let's get it to you one more time. You got until 10 o'clock to get it in, so don't waste any time. The keyword is happy. Log on, 1059thebrew.com. Enter the keyword happy, and you could score yourself $1,000. Good luck.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
All right, so this is going viral on the internet right now. But someone asked ChatGPT who would win in a fight. 100 men versus 100 gorilla. 100 men versus one gorilla. Mm-hmm. Who would win in a fight? Would the gorilla win or would the 100 men?
It's a tough question, and I think that's why I got 200 million views.
Right.
Yeah, because I really don't feel like the guys could take down a gorilla. I just feel like the gorilla is too much of a beast.
The meat on that bad boy, the stats that we read, like throwing 1,800 pounds is one thing.
Yeah.
It can lift up to 4,000 pounds. Just pick it up.
The strength of these things is insane. And this is with not lifting weights, but I think you're forgetting how many people can tire this thing out. You know what I mean? Like, have you ever seen a hyena, a pack of hyenas attack a lion? They usually just tire them out, and then they attack them all at once. And I think that's what happened
Yeah, but
here.
I also
We
feel
could
like-
run circles around this gorilla for a good hour
Yeah, but I
and make
feel
him
like
freak out.
Hyenas have like really sharp teeth, and they can like grip on and just hang on and just like slowly rip the skin
Well,
off the
have you
lion.
s-
But I don't
so
think
do
you
I.
could do that with.
I've got sharp teeth. Have you ever
I
seen
would
the people
love to
downtown?
see you take a bite out of a gorilla.
I'll try.
Take a little nibble.
Oh yeah, I'll nibble his nipple.
Have you seen the nails on some people?
But I think 100
true.
people are going after a gorilla, dude. Half these people are going to get jacked up, if not dead, completely. But I think maybe the thing would get tired out enough you could strangle it or something. I don't know, hit it to death.
Yeah.
I don't know, stomp on it. I don't know.
Poke its eyes.
We got some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio. Before I play these, Beefwater, what do you think?
I feel like 100 men could get the job done. Again, you would exhaust the gorilla, but I think the sleeper question here is, did the gorilla have a balanced breakfast? The juice, the toast, the cereal, all of it.
Right.
Well, if he doesn't, there's going to be a pile of human goulash right there that he can have at the end of this.
There might only be 5 dudes standing when it's all said and done, because the gorilla's going to maul
I
some
think that's
people.
being
Yeah, for sure.
generous.
But while the gorilla's mauling somebody, there could be, like 8
I would
guys.
distract him with a magic trick and then let somebody else come in and just give him a quick choke out.
All right. All right. We got some talkback messages coming in through our iHeartRadio app.
I don't know. My money's still on the damn people. I mean, think about it. If they eventually were to tire it out enough, maybe like the last 35 dudes that got past all of the, the maiming, they knock it on the ground. I mean, what if they're defending their home? What if this big ass gorilla comes into your town and the 100 dudes are like, we got to kill this thing or we're all gonna. You don't just give the town over to the gorilla. You fight to the last man, all the way.
Yeah, don't forget about the strength in numbers, my friends.
But I don't think you're going to be able to knock him. He's like, just knock him over. How are you going to do that?
Still be pretty scary. Can you imagine an angry gorilla coming at you?
Yeah, dude.
Like that.
I don't want to be
No
part of
way.
the first wave at all.
And you have 100 people, and you have to have no cowards, because then it's like, oh, there's 40 of us who actually ran in.
More talkbacks.
Pounding his chest. That pound would knock your head off. It would crush your face. You have no chance of ever punching a gorilla in the back of the head hard enough to bother him, ever.
You're gonna need 100 guys like Big John if you really want to take it down.
Hey, Brew Crew, morning. Love you guys. I think what they're not thinking is that only so many guys are going to get a hold of that gorilla at one time. That's why he's going to win.
I don't think 100 men could take down a razorback male gorilla. He is not afraid of anything. And the only thing that could take him down is a gun. And hopefully 100 men don't have a gun. This is Connie in Vacaville, California, by the way.
Thanks,
Hey,
Connie.
Bro Crew, this is Pimp Daddy D. Get behind him. Choke him out.
Oh, yeah.
Somebody could probably hold down his arms and somebody could choke him out. But they better be pretty damn strong.
We got text messages coming in our McLaughlin Chevrolet text line. This guy from 8569 says, strength in numbers. There's going to be a sacrifice. Not all 100 men are going to make it, but in the long run, there will be men walking away victorious. That's what I think.
I'm over here Googling, do gorillas get a side ache?
Dude, the size of this thing's head to find its neck inside of that thing, dude.
Yeah,
it is
hey,
massive.
bro, yeah, you hold down the arms, I'll just choke him out from behind. Easy,
The
done.
neck goes back like a foot and a half.
I don't even think you'd be able to get a grip on it.
I don't know.
I'm going to ask ChatGPT because that's what people asked, and I don't know what it said. Would 100 gorillas...
100 men.
Who would win? 100 gorillas versus...
100 men.
Jesus, sorry.
One gorilla.
I keep doing that. 100 men.
I can tell you who would win if it was 100 gorillas versus one man.
It'd be a pretty quick game.
Yep.
Gorillas. All right. ChatGPT says, good question. Let's think about it carefully. Oh, they're going to break this thing down.
Of course they are.
It's if 100 unarmed men versus one adult male gorilla, the gorilla would almost certainly win at first and cause huge casualties. At first, though. Gorillas are insanely strong. They suggest they're 4 to 10 times stronger than the average human.
I feel like 10, closer to that 10 count.
A full-blown male gorilla can weigh 300 to 500 pounds. We learned that. And they have powerful muscles. They have I forgot they bite. They have thick bones. A single swipe could break bones. Jesus.
Yeah, I'd want to fight a gorilla that's like in a zoo in the Philippines that smokes cigarettes, hangs around.
ChatGPT continues and says, however, 100 men is a lot. Even if a gorilla could kill or badly injure, say, 30 or 40 men before tiring, the sheer numbers would eventually overwhelm it. Boom!
Okay.
Over time.
So again, just tire him out.
Yeah, that's what I said. 12 at a time, 15 at a time.
I'm not convinced.
Well, ChatGPT is the smartest thing on the planet.
Nah.
What do you know?
It is now law.
And if you don't believe it, ask it.
It'll tell you.
I was going to say, well, maybe we should just try it out. Who's down? Who has a gorilla?
I'm not down.
It's hard to borrow a gorilla when you're like, I'm going to throw 100 men at it.
Yeah.
We're going to see what happens.
What do you need the gorilla for? So, long story.
Don't worry about it.
How about that? It's likely going to kill us all, and you'll get it right back.
What do you think? Listen, we're getting to so many talkbacks and text messages. I can't get to them all, but
it's an important conversation.
Yeah. Who would win in a fight? 100 men or one gorilla?
Dude.
And I think it's the men. So does ChatGPT. Gang.
My boy.
Dude, it's awesome. Like, it's scary.
It's
awesome.
scary. Yeah, it's scary, but it's
scary.
Comes in handy.
I didn't want to like it, ChatGPT, and then as soon as I used it, I was like, this is.
You should legally change your name to ChatGPT.
I like it.
I bet it's already been done.
Yeah, it's gonna.
You just ask me questions and I give you douchey
661.
Yeah.
responses.
Oh my
Let me break this down for you.
You gotta pop your collar, bro.
Honestly, that would be a hilarious idea for an app. ChatGPT, where you ask it questions and it just says the dumbest stuff back to you.
Axe, you need Axe. Lots
That's
of it.
body spray.
How much have you sprayed so far? All right, 3 more squirts.
All right, one more time. I'll give it to you. I lied. I'm going to give it to you one more time. This hour's keyword for your shot at $1,000. Right?
Do it.
The keyword this hour is happy.
Happy. I'd be so happy if I won $1,000.
Right.
That's right.
1059thebrew.com's the website.
You've been watching the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream, powered by coffee, Jell-O shots, and depression. Please stand by. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. So be patient, for f***'s sake. Thank you for continuing to hold. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. But as the kids say, chill, bruh. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. On God. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. In the meantime, follow the show on Instagram and TikTok at Tanner, Drew, and Laura.
Thank you for checking out the Tanner, Drew, and Laura SpyCam video stream. We're currently at a break or playing a song that we can't afford the rights to. Please continue to stand by. Your viewership is very important to us. And remember, keep calm and bing bong, f***ers. Thank you for continuing to sit there like a big dum-dum. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to sit there and do nothing. Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back momentarily. In the meantime, call your mom for God's sake. Whoa, isn't this taking forever? Tanner, Drew, and Laura will be back in minutes. Thank you for continuing to hold.
Portland's Rock Station, 105.9 The Brew. It's Tanner, Drew, and Laura. We just started this last segment, and Court's like, it's after 10 o'clock. My show's starting. Like, sorry, Court. Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, it's my thing now.
We're a little
Get
late
the hell
today.
out of my studio.
Hey, look on the bright side. Now you're getting a half day.
Well, we were talking about, and we got to go here quickly, but we were talking about could 100 men beat up one gorilla, because that's gone viral on the internet right now. And it does seem to be like 80%, 85% of people are saying the gorilla's going to destroy these guys.
It has leveled out a little in the last few minutes, but it started gorilla
Because I
heavy.
think people are using their minds and starting to think that 100 men would tire a gorilla out after a while.
I think you underestimate.
I think most of these dudes are dead for sure, but I think a couple are going to walk away.
I think the first 3 minutes are paramount. You know, however many skulls get crushed in those minutes determine.
I think a couple of the men are going to walk away because they're going to give up and be like, I don't want any part of that.
mean,
That's the only way people are walking away.
Let's think like these 100 men are brave. They're never
all
give up.
going in.
Let's just go with that premise that they're all tough, brave men, and no one's giving up.
Yeah, because you can't say, and you can't be like, well, what if it's a timid gorilla? We're going hardcore gorilla versus 100 men.
And I think strength in numbers. Eventually, this thing's going to get tired, and that's when you kill it. Court, what say you?
I mean, it depends on the setup. I mean, if these people all know that they're going in to fight a gorilla, then yeah, you could. I would say the 100 people win, because eventually they're going to team up on it, and
especially if they're organized.
Yeah, right. But if it's just like 100 guys standing around and a gorilla shows up, like 10 dudes are dead and everybody else runs for it.
Right.
Yeah. Because it's tough to say,
I agree
okay,
with
we're all going to do this. All right, can the first 10 just raise your hands? Who's going in first? I'd be like, I really care about the cause, but let me be like 30 through 40.
Yeah.
Well, we started this topic kind of late, and there are so many people chiming in, whether it's a talkback or a text message. I don't have time to get to it all today. So tomorrow, I guess we'll discuss a little bit in the morning,
Yes.
like 6 a.m., 7 a.m. And yeah, you can send us a text message at 98197. But I
Only
think,
we
I think the
can
men got
simulate it.
Huh?
You know, it's just too hard to simulate.
Yeah,
we don't know a
Casey,
gorilla guy.
Can you call somebody at the zoo and see if they can hook us up?
Look, I will dial for answers and we'll see, but they're going to tell you that they're going to be Team Gorilla all day.
Oh,
right?
yeah. They're crushing.
Well,
I don't know.
Because they've seen the power.
I don't know.
You talking about Carl over here?
Honestly, that's
Good
what I
luck.
would love, though, is an expert who knows gorillas on another level.
Well, I mean, if you
Let's
look
try
at,
to get one on the phone.
If you look at a chimpanzee, which is like a third the size of a gorilla, it can rip the arms off of a human. So
And chew the face off.
yeah, and
She's ripping my girlfriend's face off.
yeah.
Oh, it's arm tear o'clock
Yeah.
as soon as
Yeah.
this starts.
So,
That's from a 911 call where a chimpanzee
Yeah.
went crazy and killed
Yeah.
this poor lady.
Because
So
they,
if a gorilla-
they decided they wanted to have it as a pet.
Yeah, if a gorilla decides that it wants to destroy you, it will
Yes.
destroy you.
Yes.
Absolutely.
But I think 100 guys could tire it out, and then eventually kill the thing. So anyway, all right, we got to go. Chat GPT says 100 men will win. Yeah, we just said that on the air a few minutes ago.
Yep.
But that's
I still
know.
don't agree. I don't agree.
All right.
I'm going to disagree with
Jury's
ChatGPT
out till
on this
tomorrow
one.
because I'm sure we'll have plenty more chiming
Yeah.
in to be done.
You've got a chance at $1,000 in cash right now.
You've been